Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 18 allies. We're going up against 28 enemies, and we are off. Raphael Chen was in first place. JR takes that over. Raphael Chen is in second. Helpful Onion is in third. Alphonian is in third. Decanizer jumps to second place. I kill an epic. JR's in first place. Helpful Onion's in second. Decanizer is in third. And with that, we're done. We've won. It's all placement. JR 926 is in first place. 2 kill, 6 assist. Helpful Onion's in second place. 5 kill, 3 assist. And Decanizer is in third. 4 kill, 2 assist. We've got monks, we've got centurions, we've got nobody claiming them. So, T-Mom gets shielded. JR 926 gets monked. And we move on to a very hard battle on the way to the token chest. And it is another Templar, right? Templar, yeah, Templar. Damage between damage earth, ice, gain damage fire, ice and lightning. Alright, we are going to start here. Hey, Decanizer, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Alrighty, it is past 8 a.m. Time to visit the shop. There's a link for you if you are interested in the chat. Shop. Ferries get purchased. I am above 20k. I have a refresh. I'm above 25. I have another refresh. And I am above 30. So another refresh. No one is currently claiming gold, Decanizer. Alrighty, that is that. Oh, wait, quest. I need to clear this. So, place tanks and then healers. We'll see what happens. Alrighty, so half an hour to see how this will turn out. Alrighty, so let me update that along with your clock. And you've been updated. And on the viewer side, where I buy archers, I am above 50k. I am above 55. I'm above 60k. And that is that. And man, is StreamYard stingy this morning. You are welcome. And good morning, everyone. Good morning and welcome to Tuesday, second day of the work week for those of us who work under that schedule. I hope the week has started well for all of you. I hope you are energized for the coming week. Nothing to say about mine. Nice, quiet. Yeah. So this is Tuesday. Tuesdays are when I do my read and correct. For those who are new listening in, these are when I read chapters from my books, my stories, and correct them as I go. I am recording this as I read, so I will ignore the chat while that is happening. And should the chapter run long, I will be delaying the StreamYard battle consequently. To minimize the chances of that happening, I will start now by confirming the microphone is on, turning off. Desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting. With me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 83 of The Captain's Heart. The Saladin provided a narration as they guided him and Jeremy through the general area of the station and toward the temporary housing section. Gargaran expected it would all make everything impressive to those who cared for how much material had to be excavated to produce the metals, plural, metals, needed for its construction, or the amount of work put in by the Riosef architect to make it look just right. He knew the narration had been crafted for Kelsarians, again, plural, by how they use the Kelsarian word for architect, even if there was one in Federalize. While he didn't care for such thing, Jeremy's questions about structural stability, density rating of material, and other things he hadn't known his heart had knowledge or an interest about seemed to indicate he at least was impressed. The narration switched to which important people had visited the station when they entered the housing section. Many of the names were Kelsarians, a handful had the feel of familiarity to his ears, but none he recognized. This is the housing assigned to you. The Saladin tapped the panel by the door, and it opened. Gargaran looked in, reflexively reflectively looking for threats among the large bowl bed, the Kelsarian-designed seating in the common area with a screen, and the seating around the table. He found none. The reflex was ingrained, but not often needed. Yeah. The one door at the back did indicate a problem with it. He stopped Jeremy from stepping in, letting out an impressed whistle. Where will Jeremy stay? He asked the Saladin. His heart gave him a confused look. The instructions are that all Earthers are to be housed at the edge of the Tauronian lodging, since their needs and habitations are closest. I'm not going with them, Jeremy protested. Jeremy is Kelsarian. The Saladin looked at his heart, and their skin shifted in color. The speed at which the splotches changed indicated they were flustered by the situation, an easy state for them to achieve, but it slowed by the time they spoke. The person you identify as Jeremy meets all the criteria provided for Earthers, not Kelsarian. The instructions are that Earthers are to, he is my heart. He did his best not to voice his anger. His Saladin was only doing the work as best as they knew it. But it was one of the reasons he didn't like dealing with them, or bureaucracies in general. The shift in color was slower and might mean something to those who studied the species. I don't understand how that can be. His heart is my heart. He snapped, not heart. Did they even understand the difference? Was there any way he could explain it so? Is there a problem? The female Kelsarian who stopped a few paces from them wore a vest with an official cut to it, rather than a leisurely one, and had a banner with a claw on it over the right breast, indicating she dealt with the law, his namesake's domain. The respected captain is demanding I break the rules for his Earther. What Earther? She asked before Gargaran snapped again. The Saladin's skin rapidly shifted in color. That one? They pointed to his heart. That one he identifies as Jeremy. That person is Kelsarian, she said. Her ears tilted in amusement as the Saladins became outright multicolored. Tell me. The clicks and whistles she made were incomprehensible to Gargaran, but sounded like how Saladins spoke. Okay, Saladin's native language. Are you familiar with the law of hearts? Welcome, respected guests. Their colors were settling back into mostly grays. The knowledge of a Calcerian law is not required. The law of heart is recognized by the Federation, therefore has to be respected by those working for it. Technician Jeremy Bradshaw is Hunter Captain Gargiran Sel Helhavnir as a heart. By the law of heart, that makes him Calcerian. Therefore, they need lodging that will accommodate 2 Calcerians, not 1. That was not accounted for. Earthers are 2. There are no Earthers here. If there was a mistake in your instruction, you need to have that resolved and see to it the respected guests have proper lodging if they are to be present for adjudication. Need to contact my supervisor. The Saladin took out their tablet and stepped away. I apologize for how you've been treated, Captain. Technician, I am in the welcomer's defense. You represent a unique situation and was never covered among the possibilities they are trained to handle. And how should we address you? He asked, working at keeping his irritation out of his tone. She had helped, but the timing smelled of meddling, and he didn't like it. I am Adjudicator Frilteramik Vixim Sal Lagiran. I have been assigned to your heart to prepare him for his turn in the adjudicating chamber. I was coming to introduce myself before you were requested there, so he wouldn't be alone with a stranger when I presented myself. Not meddling then, just timing. I was going to take him with me. There's no point in leaving him alone, since he will have to testify. Her ears canted in worry, and she consulted her tablet. He thought she was letting him see how she felt, since any adjudicator he'd had to deal with before mastered their bodies as part of learning their craft. She looked up. You are to be questioned separately. There is a concern that he will be forced to agree to anything you say. Wouldn't he already have coached me? Jimmy asked. Sorry for speaking further lies. I can't vocalize Calcerian. I understand. And no matter how skilled your heart is as a hunter captain, you can't have foreseen all the possible directions the questioning might take, and a lie can be found that way. I didn't instruct him on any of this, Gargaran said, annoyed. I know, but that is how the adjudicators who sit in judgment look at any situation where more than one person is involved. Surely you do the same when interrogating suspect as part of your hunts. I have a better with that training, he replied, annoyed. He didn't like the idea of Jeremy being alone with someone he didn't know. He took out his tablet, putting the earpiece in. You don't mind? He tapped the name and spoke before the adjudicator could reply. Beta, I need a basic rundown on one adjudicator, Friltoramek Vixim Sal Lagiran. Just what can be seen on the surface for now. She nodded her approval. One adjudicator, Friltoramek Vixim Sal Lagiran. How the hell did I end up? Lagiran. Beatrix. That's how it happened. Beatrix L. Jezbil responded. Female, Brendan fur tinted toward copper, with more black around the eyes and lower back. Her chest has a trail of paler fur going down to her stomach. She's with the on-site Calcerian Legal Protection Group. They are tapped when someone falls under our laws who might not have known they needed representation. If you need more, I'll have to get the pack clawing. That is enough. Thank you, Beta. I'm glad I'm acceptable. Mentalist? He asked. No, but my work requires to be able to read others' body language, even when they are trained not to show it. He nodded. So, Jeremy said, what exactly are you going to need me to learn? Less learn and more prepare for eventualities. The Earthers who are representing their government will... Oh, wait a minute. Earth government? I thought this was the Einstein's commander carrying through with his threat of making me pay for not going along with what he wanted. She consulted the tablet. There is no mention of a commander of Einstein Station. This is all from the Earther government. They are the ones accusing your heart of kidnapping you, and they will try to it it has been resolved. The Saladin said without care. They were interrupting. I can explain once we are in the apartment, she said, and accompanied them. Gregory checked the time and barely kept from growling. He'd expected to be called an hour ago, but just as the case before his was ending, a group of Tahornian had burst in and made enough of a nuisance of themselves. The adjudicator had agreed to see them. He'd been tempted to leave with the others, whose case would be delayed, but if he wasn't there when called, the Admiral would use that against him. If he'd realized they would bicker for this long, he'd have gone to get something to eat. Couldn't read enough of the Earther's body language, with them seated on the opposite side of the chamber's viewing area, but they seemed to be taking the delay better than he was. Was there restrictions against hunt lenses in this chamber? If he was called again, he needed to wear them so he could get a better look at his enemies and get an advantage. Finally, the Turanian laughed. He had no idea if the resolution had satisfied either parties. Were Turanians ever satisfied when they didn't get everything? He was called, along with the Earthers, and he walked to the table. It was divided into three, with 5 adjudicators in the center, third, and either party on each side. The table was large enough to sit 6 on each. On each side. Okay, the center third with either party on each side. And enough space to sit 6. Normally, there would be 2 adjudicators from each of the party's species, and a 5th from another species to break any impasses. This time it was 2 Quercetaron and 1 Reosef, 1 Redoshi, and 1 Shimbarian. He didn't know enough to work out if it was in response to there being no Earther adjudicator within the Federation, or some other clause that affected cases like this. The Earthers are claiming theft of personnel by 1 Kelsarian Captain Gargaron El Ravnir. The Shimbarian announced, kidnapped. The Earther seated at the center of the 5 said in Earther. There was a hurried discussion between the adjudicator. Theft of personnel is enough of an equivalent. The Shimbarian said, does the captain have an opening comment? I claim the law of hearts. That should deal with the situation. The law of heart has been claimed as per Federation. Where's the proof? The Earther asked, this time in Federalize. No question there. The law of hearts, the Redoshi said from the speak box around their upper torso, the voice not approaching something. The voice not approaching something that sounded organic is a matter for the gods, and is accepted that they will. We don't accept that. The Earther declared, he pointed, that man that calls himself a hunter entered our territory under false pretense, then assaulted one of our research station and kidnapped one of our best antimatter researcher. That isn't a crime we are ready to just wave away because, not before, you claim some mystical power made it happen. Gregorian kept his muzzle shut by force of will. Like the Earther, he knew the protocol for these. He waited for the Shimbarian adjudicator to indicate he could speak. Jeremy is my heart, my love. You're a man. The gender of the accused party is not in question. The Quercetaron female said, it's not even human. The Earther declared before being given permission to speak. We don't care what species each other is, Gregorian said, breaking protocol too. And Ravnir declared we would find our heart wherever just Billy M sent them. I found mine, and you imprisoned him for that. I rescued him. You boarded a Terran station without permission and armed. That's an act of war. Holding a Kelsarian citizen against his will is an act of aggression that my people will not leave unresponded. You took him against his will. Gargan forced his breathing to slow. His anger would not help him. Their accusations were baseless, and as soon as their witnesses were questioned, it would be... He looked around the chamber. The fact there were no other Earthers didn't mean they weren't there to be called on, but Jeremy was the one that had to be protected from manipulation, not the Earthers. He looked at the adjudicator and waited to be acknowledged. The male Quercitaran did so. Where are the Earthers' witnesses? That Earthers needed to be prodded told him something. They are safe from your threat. So they're on the station. Of course. Then I called on the adjudicator to submit all parties involved to be scanned by mentalists. What? The Earther spoke with those with him, and they looked confused. The motion is approved, the Ryosef said. Mentalists will be assembled, and you can't do that. The Earther was on his feet. We came here to get justice, not get some sideshow about mind reading. I thought you people were evolved. Mentalists are a recognized category of people among all species that have ongoing interaction within the Federation, the Quercitaran female said, and an accepted method of resolving conflict where both sides have witnesses to the event being questioned. What witnesses? The Earther demanded. Myself, Quercitaran answered, my heart, as well as the pack involved in rescuing him from the Earthers holding him captive. Of course they're going to say what you tell them to. That is enough, the Sembarian educator said. We represent the authority of the Federation. We decide how this conflict will be resolved. We accept that mentalists will provide the answer sought. Both parties are dismissed to return to their lodging. Yeah, that's what I thought. Parties, plural. Return to lodging. Contact those needed to... Now! I demand this be resolved now and here. He's not going anywhere until we're satisfied he will return our researcher to us. Representative Johansson, the Shimbarian said, the voice still the same even tone, although they had to be tired of this behavior. You are not in a position to demand anything from this body of judgment. You will return to the assigned lodging, and you will wait there to return with the witnesses when called. Captain Gargaran El Havnir, you will do the same. Ensure that any to be before the mentalists are ready for it. Ensure that any to be before the mentalists are ready. For it will be your one chance to support your claim. You may go. You're not going anywhere. You will go. This time the impatience came through clearly in the growl that accompanied the Shimbarian word. Gargaran laughed, ignoring the Earther's protest. As the educator had expressed, they didn't have authority here. He put the earpiece in as soon as he was outside the chamber. Beta, put on alert the hunters who were involved in Jeremy's rescue. They are going off shift until further notice. They are to rest and make themselves ready to be called. Any special instructions? No. They will be providing their testimonies to what took place to counter that of the Earthers. He didn't mention the mentalists. There were ways to make mentalists work harder, to block the weaker ones completely, and he expected many of the hunters under his command had that training. It was something common among those who risked capture by the enemy. He couldn't control what they do once they realized mentalists were involved, but he didn't want any to read that he had instructed them to hide their thoughts. Unplanned advantage of this was that Jeremy wouldn't have to confront the Earthers alone. He'd have full packs at his back to protect him on top of his heart. Spent the walk to the lodging going over what he'd tell Jeremy. As with the hunters, he didn't want him to go in knowing about the mentalist, but he wanted him ready for the unexpected, aware that Gargaran wasn't telling him everything. He'd explain the reasons afterwards, but that should keep his heart from being overly angry at the subterfuge. His claws were out as he opened the door, and before the smell of blood fully registered, his teeth bared. He looked over the room and found the educator's body against the wall, cut, broken, shut, and dead. He was next to her, scanning the room. Not finding Jeremy, he put the earpiece in. Better Zerfiel. I don't fucking care if the gods block you away. Get someone on scan and tell me where the fucking Earthers have taken my heart. How many packs? She asked, and he smiled at the beta's efficiency. He was tempted to order all of them to go active, but this was a Federation station, not enemy territory. Contact the on-duty beta. She will have the list of hunters already preparing to be called to the station. They will do. Have them go battle ready, no weapons. Hunters would be enough, and his hunters would be enough, no matter how many guards the Earthers put between him and his heart. And that concludes chapter 83 of The Captain's Heart. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. The links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 21 allies. We're going up against 110 enemies. I think we may have a good time here. Decanizer was in first place. Kitty takes that over. JR is in third. Come on, I want kills. Give me kills. Kitty is in first place. JR is in second. Tattoo Lover is in third. And we are heading for the last batch. Did I forget to give you the soul? Is that what the problem is? I wouldn't be surprised, but anyway, JR is in first place, Kitty's in second, Rafael Chen is in third, and we're done. JR926 is in first place, 26 kills, 7 assists, earning themselves top position in both categories. RB Kitty is in second place, 22 kill, 5 assist. Rafael Chen is in third, 11 kill, 6 assist. We've got gold, and there is a Decanizer in the battle. So they get the gold they claim. Shinobis are not claimed by anyone, so JR926 gets stabbed. And we move on to an insane battle on the way to the token chest. And, no, I did give you a soul. Tanks. Tanks. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. To do something real quick. Hey Akla, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Alrighty, and I will start reading and correcting of another chapter by confirming. Doing better, still early to say fully recovered, but you're good. I'm glad to hear that. I am confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 84 of The Captain's Heart. Jeremy had difficulty thinking, and he couldn't understand why. There were sounds around him that reminded him of the lab he and Amanda working on a rare shared project with Dr. Manuel giving clinical directions. An environment populated only by professionals doing their job. There was a pressure on his arms and legs that didn't match that environment. His head moved by itself, then that same pressure around it. Secured. The lone word rang through his mind and brought pain and then memories. The adjudicator explaining how he was expected to act while being questioned, that the earthers could speak as they would until it was his turn, that only if they questioned him directly could he speak without prompting, and only to answer the question. Someone at the door. She answered it. She answering it. People, humans, human men and women in business attire, but who move with the precision he'd seen Turok and use when fighting. She she fighting them bringing her down, the flash of metal, red lines as the humans cut her throat, the flash of a blaster, and the realization that he'd sat through all of it, never considering going to her help. They were wrong. He wasn't a warrior. He was up as they came at him. He threw his tablet to no effect, turned to run for the toilet. The door would hold them back once closed and locked. Kelsarians were serious about their privacy in there. He was on the ground, a weight on his back, the struggle. He struggled but couldn't get them off him. Something at his neck. The sound of a hypo triggering. Then he opened his eyes with a scream and tried to stand, but the restraints held him in place. The humans kept their distance. He should calm down, think. They were human. They could explain. He didn't want explanation. He wanted out of there. When he slowed, it was because of exhaustion. He didn't want to stop fighting. He didn't belong there with them. He remembered someone telling him he belonged elsewhere, with others. His mother, maybe. His inability to fight let him notice details. The humans were in clinical attire. They were machines and sounds, the familiar ones of his heartbeat, much faster than any times he'd gone for a checkup. One with a display showing erratic lines of varying colors. To it was attached a stand with something on it, wires connecting to the machine. It rested on a half sphere, something he thought could cradle a cranium nicely. Would cradle a cranium nicely, with a raised visor that would cover his face once lower. Sickening familiarity hit. Fuck no! He fought against the restraint again. The restraints again. He didn't care how exhausted he was. He wasn't sitting here and letting them put that thing on him again. He was never going back to that. Calm down, someone said. Amen. It's okay, Jeremy. You're safe now. A familiar voice. Don't call me that. He snarled. You lost any right to my shorter names, Omar. If you're going to call me anything, it's Technician Jeremy Bradshaw. The doctor, who'd claimed to be his friend for so many years, stepped into his line of sight. What have they done to you? Undone what you fucking did. His struggling slowed again, and his panting increased. Where's his vaunted human endurance when he really needed it? The man smiled. It's okay. You don't have to worry anymore. We're going to fix you. He looked to the side, and one of the doctors studying the machine answered. The calibrations are almost done. A minute at most, and the machine will be synced. Hear that? A minute. Then you will never have to worry about the sickness affecting you. You have no idea how lucky you are. This is brand new, fully tested, of course. I'd never let them use you as a guinea pig. This will completely fix you. No more medication, no more having to manage your condition. Once you are through with this treatment, you will be free. You have no idea what some of us would give to be where you are. How about you take my place and see how you like it? If only I could. I'm too important to be indisposed for the time the rehabilitation takes. One day, I won't be needed to look for the signs of those who are sick anymore, and then I'll be able to rest too. What? Wait, are you saying... The darkness inside the helmet wasn't absolute as it fell over his face, but startled him away from what Omar had been implying, but not for long. You can't do this to me, Omar. If you know what I've been through, you can't. The light was blinding, his scream deafening. He scurried away from the golden fur. Please, he begged. The fangs came this time, with golden eyes filled with glee as they bit and rent him. He ran. He ran and couldn't afford to slow. No matter how much his lungs hurt, how the pain spread through his calf, he had to keep running. Outpaced the monster after him. A forest came into sight, and he knew he'd find safety there. The forest was where he belonged, someone had told him once. His mother The form leaped out of the safe place and fell on him. Golden eyes locked with his as claws ripped him apart. He whimpered in the corner of the room. He wanted to be away from this place, but the thing that owned him had broken him in so many ways that even crawling to this corner once he'd been dropped had been almost too painful to bear. He wished he was dead, that he could kill himself to be free that way, but the thing of golden fur had made sure he couldn't do that. He liked its toy too much, the only thing someone like him was good for. He made himself as small as he could, ignored the pain in hopes it wouldn't see him this time, but it came closer. There you are, the golden furred beast said, the words barely intelligible. Why hiding? Don't you want to have fun? It grabbed him by the nape and effortlessly raised him until he had no choice but to look into those golden eyes filled with malice. Aren't you hungry? It asked, smirking. You must be, because I'm ready to feed you. It lowered him. Then the hard cock was shoved in his mouth, and it thrust with abandon, without care for the pain it inflicted him, physical and emotional. He wasn't like this. He wanted to scream. He wasn't sick like the beast. He was a person, and people didn't do these kind of things. Then his face was pressed into the groin. The cog deep enough he might choke as it pulsed and filled him with wrongness. Stay down, he whispered, pulling Beth so the things lurking outside couldn't notice her. He didn't know where they'd come from, why they'd invaded. Humans only wanted to be left alone, after all. They didn't care for what happened in space. That was their world. Why couldn't they have been happy staying there? Where's Mom? Beth sobbed. I don't know. Their parents had left hours ago for supplies. As far as anyone knew, they were safe here. The attacks had been in the cities, but now those things were roaming around the house. He'd gotten glimpses of gold fur and eyes, claws and fangs, terrifying erections. Somehow he knew what they'd do to him and Beth if they made it inside. The door burst open, and he pulled her against him, hoping the couch would hide them. Then it was no longer there, crashing in the hall. And that golden-eyed creature leered at him. Run, he told his sister, but before he could do the same, it had it, lifted him, ripped his pants off, and then he screamed as it entered him. What a long face, love, Gradgron said, seated at the other end of the table. Didn't you say you wanted your family to meet me? He couldn't answer. It was only the two of them at the table. The others were in the kitchen, preparing the meal. Please, he implored, you have me. Do I? He swirled the crystal glass, and the red liquid in it left the thick lines at the edge. I can see it in your eyes when I fuck you. That faraway look. That wishing you weren't with me, that you were home. The beast that had taken ownership of him smiled as he motioned. You are home now. Others came in, set the table, and vanished. And isn't it a human tradition to have your love's family for dinner? The door burst open, and the smell of cooked meat filled the room before Jeremy could respond. He looked at those pushing the cart, and his mother looked back at him from it, a cooked face a rictus of pain and terror. Why did it always hurt? Why couldn't he grow numb to the treatment? There should be limits to what he could take. How much he'd been used by that golden beast should have crossed that years ago. And yet the pain was there each time he shoved it in there, and his mind screeched, was ripped out in the darkness of the bedroom, was replaced with lights, sound, motion. What had happened? Where was it? Where was the beast's face appeared before him, and Jeremy bolted over the back of the chair, crashing to the ground. He had to get away. Chair? The words triggered memories, emotion, information. Get away from me, he yelled, in spite of what he knew. Jer, it's me, Groggeron. I know, he whimpered, curling into as small a ball as he could manage, dreading the touch of the men he loved. It didn't come. thankfully. What did you do to him? Gregran roared further in the room, and Jeremy risked a look. His heart had one of the doctors who had done this to him by the throat against the wall, arm raised, claws out, and two hunters hanging from it, trying to pull it down to force his heart and their alpha to stand down. You can't kill the Earthers, one of them said. In a smooth motion, Galgaran dropped the human, shrugged himself out of the hunter's grasp, and had one on her back while he grabbed the other and threw him further away. Before he could grab the human again, two others were on him, and this time his heart wasn't able to outmaneuver them. Then two more replaced them, and with the third pair, Galgaran was on his knees, panting. Jeremy? Turek was well out of reach, but Jeremy still flinched. His friend reached out for him, and he recoiled. Disassemble the machine, someone yelled. I want every component accounted for. Jeremy, Turek said, pulling his attention again. We can't stay here. We have to take you back to the ship. I can't. He whimpered. He couldn't go to that safe place, not with them, his friends, his rescuers. He reached for the mental box. Now was the time for it. These feelings weren't his. He wanted them gone, but it didn't come. He went through the mental thought that had summoned it before, but nothing happened. All right, Turek said, not the ship, but we need to leave this place before others come. We won't be able to hold out a concerted attack by Earthers. I'll take you to the station, to the station's medical. All right? They will be able to help you there. He looked at the hand, the clawed hand, claws that had rendered him apart. No, that was a machine. And it was Gagaran who had done that to him, not Turek. Gagaran was the one who used them, killed him, hurt him. The others just helped him. But his friend was right. He couldn't stay here. For as dangerous as Kelsians were, humans were worse. And that concludes chapter 84 of The Captain's Heart. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next story will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is up on Ream's story. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. The links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Oh. Oh, what the hell? Why is that there? When did that happen? Hey, Zoe! Welcome to the stream. Thank you very much for the raid. Your timing is decent. You are between me recording read and correct, so I have about a little under 10 minutes to chat before I do another chapter. You shall be resting for the night. Alrighty, well, enjoy your rest. Thank you very much for dropping by and bringing your community. This is what I want. Because I need to check something. Okay. So that is not broken. Not sure how it happened, but I don't know. This is whatever. This is what I want. Okay. No, I did not post it yet because I was right because I need to recompile it. Hey, Jenna! Welcome to the stream. Thank you very much for the raid. I'm gonna butcher your name again. Actually, I'm gonna short circuit it. I revenge. I know you've corrected me multiple times. Shy revenge. I keep going, oh right, that's that, and then I keep going, wait a minute, they corrected me, but to which ways? And welcome to the stream, Shy Revenge. I hope you are doing well. How was your stream, Jenna? Yeah, but the thing is, it bugs me because I happen to think that, it shouldn't be that hard. And I pride myself in being conscious of those. And yeah, I do know that it's, a tad irrational on my part. It's been a rough morning with the kiddos living here, causing lots of conflict and chaos. Oh. Well, I hope that gets resolved to your satisfaction. Stinging over in the name Shy, yeah. Probably good idea. Only way to resolve isn't going to be pretty. Ooh. All right, that has been dealt with. And that's what we're doing today. Well, in that case, I hope the cleanup afterwards will not be too complicated. Almost done typing up your handwritten project. Cool. Congratulations. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 27 allies. We're going up against 80 enemies. We start with person with Korean name in first place, and person with kanji as a name in second. Let's see, JR's in first. Korean name is in third. Second, no, third. Mama is in second place. The person with kanji for a name is in third place. What am I doing? What am I doing? I'm there. Okay. JR is in first place. Mom seems to be killing all the epics. T minus mom is in second place. Person with Korean name is in third. JR is building a solid lead. We are down to the last few items, a few things, few people, and now we're done. We've won. JR 926 is in first place, 28 kill, 26 assist, earning themselves top position in both categories. T minus mom is in second place, 25 kill, 4 assist, and person with Korean name is in third, 6 kill, 14 assist. We've got gold, and Deccanese there to snag it. We've got bombers that no one is currently claiming. So, Bob, Gamer Fleet, and the Red Lifestyle get bombed. And we move on to an unknown battle before the token chest. And tank for me again. We'll have to clear quests. I do like it when they line up like that. So after that, I don't think I'm going to bother with the healing. I don't need the scrolls. I can use the killing much more. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. And I will start on another chapter for read and correcting by confirming microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 85 of The Captain's Heart. He forced himself to watch the projection over the adjudication table. Jeremy seated, calmly talking with a Ridoshi mentalist. There was nothing there to make Gralgaron want to look away, other than the memory of how his heart had ended up needing to speak to the mentalist. How he had failed Jeremy. Should have known the Earthers were up to something when the station sought to assign Jeremy's lodging with them. The administrators had no reason to separate them, not unless an Earther had pointed to Jeremy's species, possibly explain Earthers resided together whenever possible. They couldn't know. He lacked the authority to demand how that had happened, but it made sense. He should have known. The Tahornians were probably in league with them. Why else had it been a group of them barging in, delaying Gralgeron's confrontation with the Earthers, making sure he couldn't return to their lodging in time to protect him? A hand on his arm forced him to look away. Captain, the psychologist said, you are not responsible for what happened. The Earthers are. He glared at the unoccupied side. Where are the Earthers? He demanded of the adjudicators. On their ship, the Kelsarian adjudicator answered. They claim terror at having been invaded a second time. They kidnapped my heart. They claim no knowledge of what was done to your heart, Alpha Gralgeron, said El Ravnir. Then how are they claiming I had to go to their lodging to rescue him? The block of lodging, the Carsatoran adjudicator said, was assigned to the Earthers as a whole, based on an estimate of the personnel they thought would leave their ship. That estimate was lowered a few hours before the incident took place, freeing the lodging where it happened. And that isn't suspicious to any of you? He demanded. Suspicion isn't proof, Kelser, Captain, the Romanian educator stated. It is investigated. Answers will be found. And who's going to punish the Earthers when they return to their territories? The same who punish all who think they have escaped justice, the Kelsarian educator said. Your namesake. He growled. He didn't want the gods to resolve this. He had failed his heart. He needed to be the one to rip those responsible apart. The hand on his arm squeezed. He glared at her, and the psychologist nodded to the projection where the Ridoshi was exiting the chamber, leaving Jeremy alone. At least answers were coming. He'd wanted the psychologist to be the one speaking with his heart. She was Crew, and Jeremy knew her. He'd panicked when she'd entered the chamber, and nothing she said calmed him. He knew who I was, she told him when she rejoined Gralgeron. He knew I meant to help him, but the terror of who I am, who I represent, was too strong. I sent a structured chaos within his mind while I was there, but had no chance to delve deeper. The Ridoshi had been with Jeremy for over half an hour. They would have had all the time they needed to help his heart. The wait was too long. He needed to be out there, hunting those who had shattered his heart like this. The hand squeezed, but he ignored her. He wanted to taste blood, smell their fear, hear them beg for mercy and deny it. No one had the right to hurt him like this and escape. Alpha, the psychologist whispered, you are not helping your heart. Trust in the gods, trust in your namesake. Why were they allowing this if he was so favored by them? He wanted to scream. He wanted to curl up around his heart and never let him go. He wanted to seal their apartment so no one could ever hurt him like this. Kelsarian captain, the Romanian said, and he forced his anger and discouragement back before looking up at them. A door opened, and the Ridoshi mentalist entered. As with nearly every Ridoshi Gralgeron had encountered, this one wore nothing that qualified as clothing. Their carapace was devoid of anything other species deem offensive features, and didn't seem to be and they didn't seem to be bothered by the temperatures Federation stations operated at. This one had a harness over the raised third of their segmented body with pockets and hooks. It reminded him of those the mechanics wore for their tools. The talk box was attached to the front of the carapace under the head, something he thought represented a near-permanent need for its use. Others he'd interacted with had theirs at the end of a necklace of various metals. The raised torso was engraved with designs that were meaningless to him. Adjudicators, the Ridoshi said, the word synthetic out of the talk box. I returned with information. Not one of them had their box speaking in a way that sounded pleasant to anyone. They didn't hear the way most of the species of the Federation species did. And they didn't care to accommodate them on that account. The Kelsarian, identified as technician Jeremy Bradshaw, further furthermore referred to as the patient, was assaulted. Who? He demanded. Captain, the Calcitoran snapped. Remember your place. He swallowed his anger. I apologize. Proceed, mentalist, she said. The patient does not know who took him from the Calcarian lodging. Images I have are fragments and will be transcribed once the meeting is done. They are the ones who are responsible for the Calcarian victim found in the lodging he was taken from. That is being investigated. The Dromian feels wrong. Nope, it is correct. Okay. The Dromian stated in what felt directed at him, not that Gregoron cared about that, beyond what the investigation would reveal to him about those who needed to be punished. The process used on the patient has had an effect I have never witnessed before, the Ridoshi said. The mind has been altered, forced into a shape it does not like, all designed to cause the patient to feel terrified of the Calcarian identified as Heart Grageron. Other Calcarians are brought into the fear as indirect result, unable to know if it was intended or an unforeseen effect. The remains of a different construct, the patient mentioned a box. They looked in his direction. If I may, the psychologist said, and the Calcarian adjudicator nodded. Ambassador Kurigral Omidoremitar is a mentalist as well. He created the construct with the patient's permission to help him cope with the manipulation he was under. The construct no longer is, the Ridoshi said, unknown if the destruction was intended or a side effect. Does the patient know who did this to him? No. The psychologist's reaction was minute enough. The others didn't react, but Gagarin glanced at her. She stared at the Ridoshi, who seemed to ignore her. Strangers, they continued, doctors, is the descriptive he used. There is a memory attached to this of a same machine, a treatment in his youth, but the feel of the two are different. Can you describe how they differ? The Calcitoran asked. Permanence. The patient was told that this treatment would end what was wrong with him, where the previous one covered it with another illness. It can't be undone? Gagarin fought against the despair. If it reached completion, the patient would seek to distance himself from Heart Gagarin by all means imaginable. If completed, the Calcarian educator said, which implied it wasn't. Correct. Process was interrupted. How do we heal him? Gagarin demanded. Unknown. Don't. Alpha! The Calcarian adjudicator snapped. He ground his teeth. Then, the Calcitoran said, we will see to it the patient gets the best lodging while the medics see to... No! He was up, glaring, defying them to tell him to sit down, to remember his place. He's not staying here. Captain, the Drominian started. The patient demands to go with Calcarians, the Ridoshi said. I thought you said he was terrified of them. The Calcarian educator said, he is. He is angry at the terror, angry that he cannot be with Heart Gagaron. I understand that, she said, but we have better medics on the station, access to more files on Earther physiology. She looked from the Ridoshi, now looking at the psychologist, to her. If I may, she waited for permission. I have met the patient. While it wasn't for treatment, I got a sense of his mind. He will not let you treat him. He will defy you. He will resist. He has been manipulated into going against his will. He will not allow that to happen again if it is within his power to prevent it. Furthermore, she added as the Drominian opened their mouth, Ridoshi mentalists, you say the damage is not complete. Is it your conclusion that the patient's will to fight can help it be undone? Yes. Do you think an environment where exposure to what he fears will help undo the damage? Psychologist, the Calcitoran said, you cannot expect us to approve that you put the patient in a situation that increases his distress. She smiled. I'd love to see you try. I'd love to see you stop him. The result of exposure is uncertain to lead to acceleration of undoing of the damage to reduce, she said. But so is the lack of exposure. When result cannot be determined, it is Ridoshi's decision that patient decide the treatment. The patient has decided to be among Calcarians. The educators conversed behind a sound shield. We have to respect the patient's decision. So we have to respect the patient's decision, the Calcarians said once they were done. But we will hold the Viper's Bane psychologist accountable for any worsening of the patient. I accept the responsibility, she said. Then, with this matter settled, we are moving on to the one of illegal scanning of the station and moving of military personnel. Hunters are not military, the Calcarian educator said. They are employed by the Federation as guardian of borders and agents of enforcement, the Turkomanian stated. Replied. Both positions are identified as military by Federation law. The Hunter captain has acted as military agent for the Federation, therefore accepts the identifier. Gregorian nodded. He didn't care about the cost. He'd rescued Jeremy before it was too late. Any cost was acceptable. The negotiation of price for his infraction was dry enough. It forced him to calm down so that once it was over, he was able to ask in a neutral tone, what will be done with the Earthers? Earthers were involved in the kidnapping, the Kesseltron educator said. They can deny knowledge of it happening, but not of their involvement. They will be escorted by Federation ships to the disputed territory. That should be capitalized. And barred from entry. The Earther government will be contacted for explanations, but as a species outside the Federation, they are not required to investigate on our behalf. What about their entry in the Federation? He asked. The educator looked at their Calcarian counterpart. That is a decision for the leadership to make. But I am aware of a report documented what was done to your heart that kept him from recognizing you. I will file my own regarding what happened here. I don't think we will be interested in continuing a relationship with a species willing to go to such length to curtail one person's desire. But another can take it up. He kept the bitterness out of his voice. What other species decide to do, the Kessetteran said, what they are willing to accept from someone they will shepherd within the Federation is for them to decide. But remember that being shepherded in does not ensure entry. We too have standard of what we expect other species to respect. A willingness to let them rule their territory as they will does not mean we must accept them in as they are. We demanded of Kelser a level of civility your people worked to reach. We will demand accountability of the Earthers in regards to how they treat their people should they seek entry. He didn't like it. Hated that those responsible were going to leave and not pay. Well, unless he was willing to break with his people and the Federation to hunt them, he had to be happy with this. And trust that the gods would meddle in a way that in time he would see to it they paid. And that concludes chapter 85 of The Captain's Heart. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is up on Ream Story. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. I did not adjust the clock on this, did I? Did I do anything with it, or did I just hit the button? Well, fortunately for me, I gave myself. This was not an immediate posting. That's good. So I will have time to adjust it should I remember to do it, to do so. Sorry, to adjust the timer on it. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 36 allies. We're going up against 94 enemies. And Gator Paw starts us in the lead. Hammer is in second. Captain Fidio is in third. JR kills a bunch of epics, possibly with others. Happened too fast. Well, the captain also kills epics. Gator Paws is in first. JR's in second. JR's back in second place. Captain Fidio is in third. Gator Paws is in first. Captain Fidio gets back to third place. And will we be needed? Yeah, looks like we are. And there we go, we're done. Ooh, I killed an epic. We have one. Gator Paws is in first place, 28 kill, 18 assist, earning themselves top position in both categories. JR926 is in second place, 19 kill, 16 assist, and Tremere is in third, 11 kill, 10 assist. We have Flying Rogues, Barbarians, and Vampires, and no one claiming them. So, T-Mom gets wings, Azido gets the axe, and Captain Fidio gets bitten. And we move on to the token chest before the boss. And, yeah, I said I'm not dealing with the healer. The Templars are probably resetting still. So let's go all the way there. And, yeah. All right, puppy number one, you go on the board. You go for a walk. There we go. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. And I forgot to activate this. I mean, statistically, the chat in YouTube is dead. But that does not mean I should forego this. Alrighty. And I will start another chapter by confirming the microphone is on. I forgot to turn the desktop audio on. That's interesting. I am on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting. With me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 36 of Stepping Wild. As soon as Tibbs walked far enough in the forest to be out of the guard's sight, he climbed a tree. With the hunter expressing an interest in where he went, he couldn't afford to leave any tracks they could find. Fortunately, that was limited to the ground, whereas Tibbs could travel higher. It took a few leaps before he properly gauged the sense of wood essence in the branches until he knew which one supported his weight, but then, running along the tree canopy was close enough to roof running, he found himself laughing. He studied the tile before testing it. He stepped off as the thunk sounded and avoided the following wall of spear. I'm not seeing you use the essence to walk all over the triggers. Mirka smirked, was audible. Thought every essence did what the others could. He tested the next one. With proper training, without any reaction, he put more of his weight on and set about testing the next row. I'm sure fire can let me pass this test. When it explodes, I've seen it send objects flying, but the only way I've practiced that element is to attack, and fire hurts. So I don't think causing it to explode under me is a good idea, even if it would let me jump over all of this. A third tile was tested. The third tile he tested was safe, and he stepped on it. I am so sure you are so clever with it, they replied dismissively. Tibbs smirked as the steam dissipated and revealed 3 stunned serpent head staring at him. His fire block hadn't allowed any of the ice pierce through. How? You said I had to be clever with it. You have nowhere near enough essence to pull that off, Mirka protested. Did he cheat? He only used the essence from the reserve, Furman said. But I said at least twice that much as him. It's in the etching. He took a chance based on Mirka's lack of outright animosity this time. If you're willing to call this fight a draw, I'll explain what I did. Why would you do that? They asked uncertainly. A draw doesn't get you what's in the chest, Furman pointed out. He shrugged. My shield's still good, and I'm not doing this for the loot. I want a challenge, and with teaching this, Mirka can give me more of that. Furman? You're the one who will benefit, the dungeon replied with an audible shrug. It's your decision. Tibbs was surprised at the lack of interest on their part. Don't you use essence? To build and expand. I don't need those etching when I have what's around me to use as how to make everything. Furman's answer told him what essence he needed to use next. What do you say, Mirka? I don't understand you, they said in exasperation. Runners are all about the loot. That's why I told Furman to put the best in the chest. It makes them irresistible. My best friend would fall for that every time. I can't count the number of times he almost got himself killed going for just one more loot chest. How did he survive? Stubbornness, toughness, and a team to pull his ass out when he got in over his head, or carry him out when he barely survived his greed. The chuckle was unexpected. He kept complaining that as the rogue, I should be greedier than him, but that was already more about testing myself back then. And soon enough, I had more coins than I knew what to do with through other means. Stealing and cheating. Mirka's statement was, surprisingly, without judgment. It's a thief's way. Fine. The run is a draw. Now tell me how you did that. Furman, can I use other elements? This is easier to show with something less combustible. That isn't really how a run works, but allow it. He channeled water and built the etching in the air, icing the line and the waves to make them more visible, then adding representation of the arcanius connecting them. Once he was satisfied, he explained what each part did. Tibbs crouched before the first test, looking over the tile. It wouldn't be as impressive as if he used his deep reserve, but it would still make his point. He placed a hand before the first row of tile. I'm sorry if this hurts. He let the corruption flow over and into the cracks. What he was allowed to use only covered 4 tiles across and deep, but that would change soon enough. It is uncomfortable. It's not going to get any better until I'm done. As the essence ate away at the stone and the essence that made out the triggers, it made more of itself that Tibbs took control of, and within a couple of heartbeats, he doubled what he could cover, spreading from wall to wall and moving it forward. A few heartbeats later, the sheet of corruption covered half the tiles, then the entire floor. Furman's test depended on how runners could work out which tile was safe unless they tested all of them. But corruption didn't care about that. It didn't care what elements things were made of. Corruption made things easy. Furman tried to take control of the spreading corruption, but they couldn't fully focus on it. They were distracted by what had to be painful by now, so more and more of the floor was eaten away, adding ever more corruption for Tibbs to use. When he raised it, he made sure it didn't touch the walls. Plural. The floor was a desolate landscape of pockmarked valleys and hills. This is why you want to pay attention to what I'm teaching Mirka. Arcanus isn't just for etching. They can alter what weaves do, how they interact with other elements. Are you saying that any runner can do this kind of damage to me? Tibbs crossed the desolation. Not at Upsilon. I have years of experience on them, but as they grow, they are going to think of ways to hurt you as part of surviving the runs. And you can show me how to make my weaves resistant? No, weaves are still beyond me. I haven't found books with useful information on them. But if you learn what each Arcanus does, how placing them affects what they do, how they interact with the others, it will make it easier for you to figure out how to incorporate that into your weaves. He'd refilled his reserves and thought of another thing he could show the dungeon, so he continued walking until the woodling stepped out of the tree. Also, he said, sending the mass of raw essence he held at it, holding more essence than our reserve carries is one of the first things we work out. There was nothing left of it. I see. Do you want me to absorb this? It's not really fair for me to have this much essence for the rest of the run, or if you want, I can drop this somewhere for you to absorb. Are you offering to give me back all the essence you took? They sounded surprised. An Upsilon runner can't hold on. It would be too much for them. They also wouldn't have a reserve to take it all in, not without hurting themselves and possibly dying in the process. Ending up with this. Ending up with this me? Normally, I'd refill my reserve and let the rest go. Before I knew dungeons were people, I wouldn't have cared how much damage this caused you, but I'd like to avoid that now. Then they trailed off. The trailing off was filled with uncertainty. Let it go in the trap room. There's little left for you to damage, and I'm going to have to remake so much of it, a little more isn't going to matter. Tibbs sent the essence back the way he'd come, then let go before moving on. Tibbs barely had the time to look at the hole in the wall where he'd been as Mirka cackled maniacally before one of the other two heads lunged at him. One day, since he'd shown them the first attack he'd learned. Just one. And not only had they managed an attack with the precision he hadn't managed until a lot of training, but it hadn't been water. He leaped over the head, putting a gash into its side with the corruption-coated blade. He had never managed to translate the X attack to another element. Another leap, but this had ducked out of the blade's way. The one flaw in Mirka's strategy was that they were one person controlling three appendages. It might be easier on them, since they didn't have a body like he did, but there was still a sloppiness to their movement when they worked essence into an etching. Although they weren't trying to kill him at the moment. The attacks were just to keep him distracted while they brought up the next bubble of essence. Fire, this time, rose to the serpent's throat. He could already sense the etching forming the X waiting for the point of fire essence to trigger it. How had they worked that out? He landed from leaping over another head and, counting on the etching requiring enough focus to keep them from attacking him, readied himself. He would have to time this carefully. Teaching them that etching might have been a mistake. As soon as the mental point of the fire knife touched the center of the etching, he threw himself under the narrow jet of fire, then was up, cutting that head off and running to keep from getting crushed by the other heads slamming down on him. He grinned. But this was making the run so much more fun. Jekyll would never let him forget he was enjoying a fight this much. Oh, Mirka snarled. You think you have this all figured out, don't you? You're so much. Oh, please, can we keep the Bart Song's villain out of this? What's a Bart Song? Furman asked. What's a villain? Mirko asked. Tibbs ran to the head while it was distracted, sorted the ready, only for the other one to hit him and send him into the wall. Before his vision cleared, he sensed the essence in the serpent's mouth, one he couldn't identify. He had miscalculated badly, but he wasn't dead yet. If you kill me, I can't tell you what a villain is, he offered. Draw? Is he serious? Mirko demanded. This isn't a draw. I'm about to win. And who cares what a villain is? Tibbs thought there was a lack of confidence in that statement. I am kind of curious, Furman said hesitatingly, and what a Bart Song is. But it's your fight. I leave the decision to you. The serpent's nose nearly touched Tibbs. I promise you, if this is you being sneaky, I will blast you with this binding essence. It's something real, Tibbs said. Sort of? The serpent narrowed his eyes. He thought it would be funny if his life didn't hang in the balance. Talk. Bards are people who go about singing stories. They claim most of them are about things that happened a long time ago, but it's always far away, so we can't check. The rest came out unintended. All those about me are lies. Why would they sing stories about you? Furman asked. Focus, Mirka said, in a tone that matched the villain's in Tibbs's opinion. This is about answering me. If I decide you deserve to live, then you can answer Furman. Definitely a good villain. The stories are usually in the form of an adventure with a hero and a villain. The hero is... He realized he'd never thought about who the characters were in the stories other than unbelievable. The hero is the person the song is about, and yeah, and the villain is the person getting in their way. They either cause the problem the hero has to overcome, or make it harder for them to reach their destination and fix the problem, or rescue the person needing rescuing. So the songs happened, Furman asked. Tibbs rolled his eyes, but breathed easier as the serpent moved away. So they claim. And they sing about you? What do they sing about? What did you do? No, they don't. The harshness was unintended, but deserved, he figured. But you said they lie. I said they lie. He looked at the serpent. Do I live? The smile worried Tibbs. You do, this time. Tibbs quickly moved to the side of the wooden disc. Furman had nearly gotten him this time. They'd changed where the point of balance was on some of them. This one was more to one side, and he barely reacted in time to keep from tipping into the mud. More worrisome was the lack of commentary. Neither Furman nor Mirka had said anything since Tibbs had started the run, and the little welcoming the dungeon had done had felt perfunctory. He leaped to the next disc, then was out of the room before it started to tip. He kept the whip of water ready as he walked through the corridor. Furman? Mirka? Had they realized he'd gotten used to the conversation, enjoyed them, and turned to silence as a way of training his nerves? Were they okay? Furman might be busy with the extension, but Mirka should be close by and commenting on how Tibbs cheated. He made it to the door without an attack, and that put him more on edge. There wasn't always an attack, he reminded himself. There was randomness to them, but this time the door to the boss room was the same as before, but there was a lack of motion in the essence under the floor, as if the serpent were dead. They couldn't be. They were essence. The lack of movement just meant, he didn't know what it meant. Settled his breathing and pulled the door open. The room was the same. Wooden walls of trunks tight against each other. Irregular large wooden tile that would burst open when the serpent had appeared. The boss chest at the back of the room, although it was now shaped wood instead of a stack of logs. Furman had improved it over time. Other than the still essence, everything was the same, but felt utterly different. He stepped in and waited for a reaction. He was tempted to call out Mirka, ask what they were doing. Another step in. This was a test of his nerve, he decided. They would stretch this for as long as they... The door slammed shut behind him, and Tibbs whirled and immediately cursed himself for reacting. He was a runner. He was better than this. He'd been on the run for decades now. A dungeon closing a door shouldn't startle him. He faced the chest. The laughter came before he took a step, low and building. He recognized Murkoff and realized he'd never heard Furman laugh. Still no movement in the essence, so he took another step. The serpent exploded from the floor with barely the warning of shifting a sense, but they were on the other side of the room, close to the chest. You think you can come here and steal from me? Murkoff demanded in a slightly off tone. Villain? He was as surprised by the accusation as by the adornment on the serpent. What are you talking about, Murkoff? Instead of the ordinary, far too large serpent head and neck of the previous fights, these were decorated with golden lines and colorful gems. They look utterly ridiculous. I'm calling you out, villain, they cackled. You came all the way, but you will never reach my most precious chest. You will die at my hands. You don't have hands, Tibbs pointed out reflexively, then understood what they were doing and was offended. What are you talking about? I'm not the villain. You're the one standing in my way of what I want. That makes you the villain. I'm the hero, they said proudly. I am defending the property I have been entrusted with from villainous rogues who would take for themselves. And deprive those who can benefit from them. Really? That's what you're going with? What? You said the hero in the story protect those weaker. Who's weak here? I can add small animals around Murkoff if that will make it better, Furman offered. You're okay with this? Tibbs asked, surprised. If I wasn't, it wouldn't be happening. His disbelief gave way to amusement. All right. If it was what they wanted, Tibbs could play along. He looked at his sword. Furman, I want your sword, your word you won't absorb my sword and shield. He took it off his arm. You are going to fight Murkoff? Protector Murkoff, they corrected. Protector Murkoff unarmed? Tibbs grinned. Oh, no. If the hero of this story is determined to fight a villain, I will arm myself appropriately. Okay, then you have my word. He dropped the shield and sword and remade them out of ice. Furman had increased the essence the reserve contained with each run to represent an Upsilon runner's progress, and he now had enough for this and a bit of extra armor if needed. Stand fast, hero, Tibbs said, crouching, his sword growing jagged spikes, because your treasure is mine. He ran at the serpents. And that concludes chapter 36 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available for free on Royal Road. And if you are looking to support me and read ahead of that, that is on Ream Story. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Hey, Angel. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Sorry for the delayed response. As you could tell, I was reading and correcting. Hey, Caesar! Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Doing quite well. I am glad to hear that. What have you been up to? You think you figured out how to fix your current work in progress? Very cool. Let's go here. So that was April 2nd. So this is going to be 4th. Great reading. Thank you very much, Angel. Writing a Power Ranger Super Sentai Kamen Rider. All of the above inspired story. Very cool. Very cool. You're 36.7k word in. Oh, congratulations. Do you have a sense of how big the story will be? Do you have like a word count target for the length of the story? Yeah, damn it. Super Sentai has 47 episodes. And there's almost a monster of the week per episode. Okay. Uh, So it gives you 40 fights. You've got 5 planned. But the 40 fight. Cool. C'est la vie. Cool. Are you writing that purely for yourself? Do you plan on posting it somewhere? Like, is there a site that caters to those kind of stories? Because that 600 chapter, that feels like something you might want to share with people. Granted, you are not required. You are entirely allowed to write purely for yourself. And if you are okay with that, if you enjoy that, then cool. Really? I swear, you're doing it in 15 minutes. You always post in Wattpad. Web novel is better built novel for sure. Keep in mind that web novel usually asks for contracts, so read that very carefully. If I would recommend Royal Road. Yeah, I looked into web novel, and they are linked with a Chinese or Japanese company, and I Not only do they have contracts, but I don't like their contracts. They are built to engineer burnout, as far as I'm concerned. Do I have somebody else a little more reliable today? Let's go with brush. Like, are you planning on writing the whole thing before you post anything? Okay. I myself would not be able to do that. Um, especially a project that long, I would at some point get bored writing, not having people to talk about the story with. Was that 85? Why? No, this is I'm not on the captain's heart. This is the one I'm looking at. Yeah, no, I like I said, for me, like the reason I post stuff on Royal Road is I give myself about a month worth of chapter as buffer, and then I post that there. And the reader on Royal Road, once they kind of pick up on your story, they have comments, and I enjoy that. In fact, Stepping Wild will actually start uploading on Royal Road this coming Monday. I'll be right back. Well, very small reader per indicate not use. You're so you can also be a bit cringe. Well, you know what? It works for you. That is the important part. All right, we will have an advertising Stream Raider battle, and I will be right back. Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 31 allies. We're going up against 105 enemies. And we are off. Tremere is in first place. Wolf is in second. And Katakrak is in third. Katakrak jumps to second place. Mialfa is in second place. Katakrak is in third. Man, this is one hell of a free-for-all. And we're done. We've won. Tremere is in first place with 66 kills. Mialfa is in second place, 12 kill, 4 assist. Katakrak is in third, 5 kill, 4 assist. We've got gold, and Decanizer snagged themselves some. Then a pal that nobody is claiming. So, Kahira gets a pal. RB Kitty gets gold. And we move on to me collecting scrolls. And now the boss battle. And you guys are still resetting. So I'm going to put puppy number 2 is going to go for a walk. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. Okay, you mean your brain's wired in a weird way. Watch your Super Sentai, hot female monster with the rig design you like. And not dying was wrong, made you sad. So now you're writing this piece, female lead, both male, female lead, heavy, inspired by her. I don't think it's cringe. I mean, that's what writing's about. The design was wasted. Many of my stories are kind of angry stories. Let me show you. Basically, you offended me so much with your story that I'm going to show you how it should be done. Is the motivation behind quite a few of my stories. But for now, I need to start another recording because I got chapters to go through. So I'm going to start another one by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Knights, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 37 of Stepping Wild. Tibbs rested against the wall in so much pain he didn't care if the clothing he'd found over this run was pretty much entirely destroyed. No! Mirka screamed, stretching the word as the last of the head was covered by moss. How could I, the dungeon protector, be defeated? They made their voice fainter, more distant. Next time, villain, next time I will get you. The unexpected laughter nearly doubled him over in pain. Next time? He panted. He looked at his bleeding, ripped side. I think you pretty much got me this time. The focus he'd needed to make the fire etching within the moving serpent's head had slowed him enough. Mirka let out the crystal barrage before it exploded, and he hadn't jumped out of the way in time to escape unscathed. You're still standing, they said dismissively, abandoning all theatricality now that they were no more serpents left, so I didn't do the job. He laughed again and immediately regretted it. Go ahead, Furman said. Heal yourself. I'm not out, he panted. It isn't like you left anything behind that'll hurt you, and I make the rules. He waited. Are you going to let them say that unchallenged, Mirka? Just take the victory, Tibbs, they replied without judgment in the tone. Still surprised at how magnanimous had become in losing, Tibbs etched purity and applied it. He'd expected some annoyance, beyond the acting, at the damage he'd caused with his fire essence. Furman hadn't changed anything in how they made their structure, so Tibbs had decided he needed another demonstration of what a Euro runner could do. Instead of navigating the floor of triggers, he'd burnt a patch to the cache and then the exit. He'd refill his reserve, then kept only as much essence as he thought someone at Row could manage, and had used that to defeat the woodling in his way. The creature room had resulted with the entire floor and lower walls burned as Furman had increased the numbers, and Tibbs had lost control of the essence in being overwhelmed. That had also cost him the loot chest. Mirka had quickly cost him the extra essence he'd brought to their song-level fight, then had forced him to exhaust the reserve faster than he'd expected, leading to that last desperate gambit. You're a lot better with those attacks etching than I was after a few days. Mirka practiced from the moment you left until you returned. I think I had to repair more holes than what you destroyed in this run. He leaned against the wall, fighting the relief the diminishing pain brought on and the desire to sleep. Then maybe you should follow their example. I shouldn't have been able to cause as much damage as I did. You need to better protect yourself. Even if I'm the only one doing the runs, you might not have time to adjust if someone shows up unexpectedly. He'd mentioned the hunter, but Furman had scoffed at the idea he needed to do anything in preparation for one of them. Furman sighed. I suppose that's true. He waited. When nothing came, by the time the etching seeped deep into him, he looked up. Okay, where's the complaint? I'm telling them something you didn't, Mirka? What? They replied, annoyed. You know things about runners I don't. You lived through it. Of course you'll know things I don't. Are you healed? He managed to keep the laughter to a loud chuckle. No. You came close to killing me this time. But are you healed enough? You are healed enough to show me another etching, right? You can be certain I'll use that one to get you all the way dead, villain. He couldn't stop the laughter this time, but the pain was manageable. You are going to make me regret agreeing to teach you, aren't you? You are the one who wanted more challenge, Mirka replied. Go away, Tibbs grumbled, face in the mattress of hay, after the knock on the door the knock and the door opened. You don't get to sleep around all day, young man, Mother Nature said. Not when. There's work to be done. Sun's been up long enough. There's porridge and then trashing for you to do. I already did all the trashing, he grumbled, thinking of all the woodlings and serpents he'd fought over the last 2 weeks of runs. Furman hadn't entirely protected their wall against essence attack, but they had made sure Tibbs couldn't rip the woodling apart with that anymore. What's that? She demanded. I'm getting up. He thought all the work relating to the harvest would be done in the 2 weeks he'd been with the dungeon, that he'd help look after the animals, move hay in the barn, things that would let him take it easy. If he'd known, he would have stayed longer. The trashing was more boring than laborious. If he'd etched a cyclone of air, he could have separated the grain from the shaft easily, and without a day-long exertion, boredom exacerbated. The upside was that it left Tibbs too exhausted to be bothered by the looks and whispered when he ate at the inn, and that, in return, led to the others treating him like one of them instead of the odd outsider. The hunter from before still eyed him suspiciously, but he didn't have the energy to care. It was 2 weeks before the thrashing was done, the grain crated and hay bundled and stored. Half the grain would be flour for the village. The rest would be sold to the next caravan to eventually reach the king and be payment. Wait, no, not sold then. The rest would be handed over to the next caravan to eventually reach the king and be payment for living within their borders. That was the caravan Tibbs would leave on. He was looking forward to that they more and more. Tibbs took off as soon as he put the amulet with the air reserve on and didn't slow his run as he reached the floor trigger tile. He etched discs of air and sent them ahead of him, leaping, landing on one, then leaping again. This time he crossed it in 4 jumps and kept running. The woodling stepped out of the trunk, and Tibbs surrounded him with air blades as he fought. They weren't as they weren't as effective as before. Furman adjusted the arcanus within them each time, but I don't need to each time. But each added cut made the fight that much shorter and his destination that much closer. The animals of the creature rooms were larger, not quite monsters, but soon it would be impossible to think them as normal. They made the fight arduous, but he managed to regain most of the essence he had to spend fighting them by the time he reached the boss's room. "We meet again," he announced, stepping into it. "Today," Mirka declared, the 3-serpent head already standing and bristling. "Today is the last time your presence will mar the purity that is this dungeon, villain." "Give it your best shot, hero." He ignored Furman's groan. "And I will show you why rogues will always be your better." He dodged a purity blade, then slammed a wooden arrow with his ice shield. "Give up, villain," Mirka demanded, the 2-serpent's head tracking him. "You are lost. There's no victory for you here." "I don't understand. Now I now understand why you don't like Bart's song, Tibbs," Furman said, although his chuckle undercut the comment. "I am lost." He pointed to the ice sword at the head. "I have defeated you time and time again, hero. Yield, and I will make your end quick." The head still had essence in their throat after the attack. Waiting for the right moment to be unleashed into another etching, Tibbs didn't know. Mirka had quickly grown beyond his teaching, so much that more than once over the last week, Furman had to stop the fight when they used an etching he considered too powerful for the first floor. They couldn't replenish their essence from the reserve around them. They couldn't replenish their reserves, that should be an S, from the essence around them, the way Tibbs could. But once Furman had agreed to let the 3 heads have an element attack at the same time, it had increased the difficulty of the fight. Enough that Furman had then limited Mirka to a total of 6 such attacks, which they had become skilled in using, not only using, but in managing. They no longer unleashed the entire bubble each time. They used only enough to power the etching, which let them stretch each bubble's effectiveness. Purity erupted from the maw of a head that turned into a lance as it hit the etching. This formed a pillar of water under them. A pillar of water that sent him flying over the serpent and sent jagged ice at it. But a wooden shield formed and intercepted most of them. He landed, and with a wave of the hand formed an etching that sent a crescent of sharp ice at the now devoid of essence head. "No!" Mirka yelled in despair, as if Tibbs had killed their best friend. "You will pay for this sacrilege." Tibbs shrugged. "A little more sacrilege, and this dungeon will no longer be so pure. It'll be perfect for me to move in." But a roar ahead came at him. He had the ice wall up in time. In time, and the impact cracked it. But he was around the side, and his sword cut through the neck. The scream of mock pain rose from the serpent's head as moss grew over it. "Next time, Tibbs of Craggle Rock," they said, their voice growing distant, "shall be the last time we meet." "You two are impossible," Furman said in the stretching silence, and Tibbs gave a bow. "Entertaining, but impossible. Are all Bart's songs like this?" They're less fun just listening to them, but they do act up what happened when they aren't just making it up. He stretched, This run had, his run, this run, this run had left him with only a few cuts, and most of that was from Mirka. Furman was slow in adapting his creature to how strong Tibbs was now, as borderline Lambda. Mirka was better, but lacked Tibbs's years of experience. Even now that he knew that they knew etching, he didn't. They didn't understand the breadth of what they could do with them, so limited themselves to the same attacks. You think our fight is good enough? Do you think our fighting is good enough? They'll leave it as it happened? Mirka asked as Tibbs headed for the exit. They'd remove our verbal challenges since dungeons don't speak. He decided to leave. It at that. Would they keep you in it? Furman asked, and Tibbs glared at the ceiling. The dungeon had been strategic in his questioning of Tibbs's relationship with Bard's song. He waited for hard battle. That left Tibbs too tired to filter what he said. If they know what's good for them. He tried not to blame Furman for their curiosity, but didn't like that it was directed at him. Hopefully, I was enough of a villain to be turned into one that will be lost among all the other stories. I was too much of a hero for them to notice you, Mirka said, and he appreciated the attempt at making him feel better. Stepped to the exit and looked out onto whiteness. He looked up. He hadn't noticed the canopy was denser and blocked the view of the sky. He stepped into the snow and headed for his camp. And that concludes chapter 37 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it's up for free on Royal Road. And if you want to read ahead of that and support me in the process, that is on Reem's story. Should be at least a dozen chapters ahead. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. The main character inspired by our design. Story will be better, and design won't be wasted. The work will have hookers and blow. Did not actually have hookers and blow. False advertising. But yeah, proving people wrong can be great motivation. But like as I said, I have a bunch of stories that's how they started. That I read something and got so offended by how they screwed it up that I just had to write something. And it's not a copy. Like I made everything my own. Okay, this is I know I wrote stuff. So fourth, that became seventh. um, what do you as the design? Yeah, um, for legal reason, female character is inspired by the original, not the same. They don't not canon reason. They're the same character. That helps because this female character in particular, due to being the monster of the week, was only lasted 3 episodes in a series from the 90s. Has no merchandise to speak of. Well, that's surprising. That adds extra layer of why would you do that? I thought they all had that. Even monsters that showed up for 1 episode ended up with merchandising. Ah, okay. I mean, cannot tell. Japanese were not into Monster of the Week. Really? Because you have no idea how it makes sense to have a good character toy, then nothing to fight against. Not Japanese, no idea. Yeah, that's sort of why I was thinking that. You want the kids to be able to recreate the show. That kind of means monsters. Um, Even Jaeger and Cobra back in the day. Back in the day, you only get good guy toys. Interesting. Uh, for me, it was Star Wars, but we need to remember I'm old. Um, you were born in '87. I was 17 by then. I was born in 1970. It would be silly to call yourself a young adult. Yeah, at this point, you are definitely an adult. I'm an old man with all that get off my lawn energy. Young adults should be from 18 to 20. I'd be willing to stretch it to about 23, 24. That energy hits you too soon on your end. Yeah, anything above 25 is definitely no longer young adult. Still not old, sure, but you're now officially an adult. Time to figure out to do your own laundry. Oh man. My mom started teaching me how to do my laundry when I was, I don't know, 14. My mom was definitely wanted me to be self-sufficient. Mainly because um, our siblings kind of dependent on their mothers. So my mom saw that and she did not ever want to be in that position. She never wanted to be in the position of having to, me as a adult, coming home and going, "Mom, can you do this for me?" Like, oh no, my mom wanted nothing of that. So she taught me how to cook. Well, not how to cook, but she made sure I knew how to prepare food and do my laundry and all that kind of stuff. She refused to teach you how to do laundry until you were 17. Really? That's that is an interesting decision. Oh, thank you for the follow, Crafty Mom. Sorry, I missed that in the this. It's been so long, it's fine to talk about this. Basically, you always got the impression from your mom wanted to feel valued. You know what? If it makes, I can understand that. Um, you know, someone's upbringing, someone's life affects how they will treat other people. So understand this, the situation where someone like your mother might be like that. Like I said, my mom is very self-sufficient. My mom is very confident in herself. Like she's never needed, at least not that she's demonstrated. Like she never demonstrated a need to be valued, a need to be. She never demonstrated that her value came from the outside. Like my mom, yeah, my mom bucked the way things were done from the start. Like my mom went to university against her father's wishes. She had to pay for it herself because her father would not give her the money to go there. And her father, my grandfather, was wealthy. Uh, he was one of the wealthier person in my small town. Trois-Rivières is back then was the third largest city in Quebec. That meant nothing because Quebec does not have a lot of big city. I don't believe it still is anymore, although it has eaten up everything that was around it, so it might still be. But back then, my mother's family was wealthy on her father's level. That wealth got split among 9 children. Um, my grandmother's mother, um, my grandmother's mother's family owned what is downtown Trois-Rivières. Like they owned pretty much every building there, and that got split and all that kind of stuff. So, um, okay, third makes more sense for Gatineau. Because Quebec and Montreal would be first and second. I believe Montreal is first, Quebec in second. Uh, but yeah, no, I'm not surprised that, like I said, Trois-Rivières used to be the third largest city. Sorry about the Nordic. Oh, don't worry about them. I don't care about hockey at all. I'm not a sports fan. Alrighty, we will have an advertising Stream Raider battle, and I'll be right back. Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 40 allies. We're going up against 90 enemies, and we are off. Decanizer is in first place. Harvey Kitty's in second. Catacrack takes over second. Diego takes over first. Decanizer is in second. Catacrack is in third. Come on, puppy. Kill! 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 That's why you go for walks. And looks like we're done. We've won. Diego Zahovic is in first place with 66 kills. There went all my kills. Decanizer is in second place, 1 kill, 18 assists. And Crafty Mom is in third, 4 kill, 5 assists. We've got gold, and Decanizer enscounce themselves with it. We've got a Centurion, and nobody's claiming that, so Manog gets shielded, and thank you very much for the follow, Caesar. And boss has been defeated, so we move on to the Super Boss map, which we should be able to reach by the end of the day if we win everything. Alrighty, hard battle on the way to the Super Boss. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah. And, alright, so let's try to commit another massacre. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. You're still crying? Childhood emotional issue? What? About the city not being oh, about the Nordic. Sorry about the expo. Not crying about that one. Alrighty. I will start on the this morning's last chapter by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Knights, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 38 of Stepping Wild. Tibbs looked up as he added chunks of frozen meat to the boiling water, along with the old vegetables. No comma here. Along with the old vegetables Mother Nature had given him before he'd left for this hunting trip. She tried to convince him to stay in the village, that the cold season was not a time to be I'm really getting annoyed that I keep doing that, along instead of alone. And I'll flip it in the other way as well. To be alone in the wilderness, but he'd explain he needed to get away from people, that he was used to the forest when it was covered in snow. As much as he could see the worry on her face, how much he wanted to take that away, he couldn't let her talk him out of more runs. The sky was the gray of stone ceiling, and he thought another storm was on its way. He'd used air to blow the snow already up to his knees out of his way when he'd exited Furman into that first storm. He'd thought it was too early for it, but he wasn't familiar with this kingdom's seasons. His camp had been buried. His camp had been buried in it. His camp had been buried. I don't need it in it. The canopy Furman had made to keep the rain out hadn't survived the weight of the snow. To avoid damaging his tent and belongings, he'd use water essence to remove it, putting it out, and when his reserve was full, sending it to disperse away and adding snow and chunks of ice to that in that area. Cold weather had done minimal damage to the leather clothing he'd left there, and he pitied the hunter if he'd gotten caught in the storm while trying to find Tibbs. Even he realized, could be in danger if surprised by the storm. There was a stretch between the village and dungeon where neither was within his range. He could get turned around without that to guide him. While his elements meant the cold wouldn't kill him, that thirst wasn't a problem, hunger was, and with the sun hidden, he lost another way to know where to go for safety. He could exhaust himself trying to survive, then the weather would kill him. He looked towards the village. Would that work? The only reason he went back was to keep them from wondering what had happened to him, to come searching out of misplaced interest. But with the snow, with Mother Nature's warning, would anyone brave the forest for him? Not even Jomon was that foolish anymore. He could stay and focus on his runs. That meant traveling with the caravan was out of the question. He couldn't return to the village once the snow melted, and no caravan would let a stranger join from the side of the road. But if he timed it properly, he could make it to the next village, claim to have traveled from this one when he thought the weather had turned clement. He'd been caught by more snow and barely survived to make it. He would be looked at with suspicion, probably kept away from the others, but Tibbs was used to that. Did he need anything from the village? There was clothing from the leathersmith at Mother Natural's. He only had a few shirt and pants in his camp, a couple of jerkin. He'd yet to come across a pack in the loot, so he'd have to make one. show it to Furman so he could make him a better one. He didn't need anything for protection. He had his elements, but he also had the sword. But he also had the sword and shield Furman had held for him. Those would work to explain how he'd survived the travels. He considered the way to the road while the stew cooked, ate, then walked through the newly fallen snow to do his run. Can you make a shield from planks? Tibbs asked, looking at the one he took from the boss's chest. Mirko was still proclaiming how they'd defeat him next time, but he didn't feel like playing into it this time. I don't need this time. He didn't feel like playing into it. He had other things on his mind, like the other ones. Okay, that's a different paragraph. That's the problem. Like the other ones, which he hadn't paid attention to until he considered carrying one away, it was one piece of wood clearly grown into that shape. Tibbs could explain how he'd found it and shaped it to be a shield, but why bother convincing suspicious stranger if he could arrive with something they immediately recognized? What's a plank? Oh, apologies. Didn't hit the button properly. What's a plank? The dungeon asked, and Tibbs realized that cut wood wouldn't be enough. Could he use etchings to show them? Should he cut down a tree and make one? He'd work on that one when he was back at camp, and go for the other if he couldn't manage anything. The sun shone so hard that while it couldn't blind him, the sparkles on the weak old snow were wondrous. He hoped the weather held. This kingdom saw far more snowstorm than he was used to. That's dead wood, Furman said, unimpressed. That's how planks are made. Just like leather is what hunters make from the hide of animals. Woodcutters bring down trees and shape them into planks. Those are used to make items like shield, tables, walls. How would you make a shield out of that? It's not large enough. They use more planks side by side, use metal strapping around it, support bars at the back on which nails hold the plank. Planks, plural. What are nails? Tibbs needed a second, but he had experience with that element, and metal items were simpler than wooden ones. So he etched a nail and showed it to the dungeon. Are you done? Mirko whined. You're supposed to come here so I can kill you. Try to, Tibbs chuckled, standing, and placed his bracers in the alcove before putting on the amulet. He'd use earth for this run. I don't know that I like this, Furman said, as Tibbs explained the pack he'd made. Giving runners a way to carry more of my loot out doesn't feel like it's to my advantage. You don't have to leave it in the loot list once I have one, Tibbs pointed out. I just need it to be better than what I can do. Leathersmithing isn't something I've spent a lot of time practicing. It feels like cheating to have something and hold it back. Then set it for your expansion. Or the one after that. I don't think Stowe included them until late in the second floor, after we started bringing them in. I'll think about it. Now, get going before Mirko decides decides to bring the serpent here for you to fight. Can they do that? Only if I agree. The tall made it clear Furman was considering. So Tibbs took the purity amulet and set about doing the run. Tibbs? Mirko asked as the last of the serpent melted away under the moss. Why are you showing those things to Furman? They aren't really going to add anything to the runs. He considered the leather armor from the chest. Could he justify something like it when he showed up at the next village? They're for me. I told them that. It was made of leather clothing, of the leather clothing Tibbs had, but harder leather. Yeah. Of the clothing Tibbs had brought. But with harder leather and in sections to account for movement. And why do you need them? You don't take that much loot, and you never bother with the shields anymore. They're for when I'll head out. But would it be believable for someone from this village to have such armor? You're leaving? Eventually. I have places to go. He decided it would be too much trouble and left it there. But that's not until the cold season's almost done. He smiled. And you might kill me before that. Yes, I might, they said with little enthusiasm. Tibbs etched a barrier of light, spirals, waves, and lies, Q do whole as the Arcanus connecting them, causing the dissipation to be stronger, and the spikes of essence Mirka sent at him broke into harmless mist. You need to make them stronger, he said, moving, looking for an opening to cut off one of the three heads. That was as much essence as I had to work into the attack, they replied. Did you use Fey where I showed you to increase the impact? He could tell what essence they had. He couldn't tell what essence they had used. That, in combination with the fight, had kept him from sensing the details of the Arcanus. That's too much used. The Arcanus. Rays on each side to magnify the effect. The head moved to stay out of his way, but didn't attack. Yes, they said without enthusiasm. He'd noticed that lack over the previous runs. Furman, how about letting Mirka have more essence? No. He stopped moving, an eye on the serpent, but confident they wouldn't attack. I don't think they'll complain about you bending the rules. The snort lacked Mirka's usual vigor. We were well past bending them. The only reason I've allowed Furman to keep increasing the essence you have is that there's no one to disadvantage in making this harder for you. Then what's the problem? He suspected a reason. Mirka's behavior hinted at it. I don't have more essence for Mirka to use, Furman stated. You have done so many runs recently that I haven't had time to regenerate any. Other than what is reserved for my expansion, I don't have anything to keep up with you. I don't have enough to keep up with you. He nodded. It was why he'd moved on to teaching Mirka everything he knew about the Arcanus. It let them make more efficient use of the essence they had. But there were limits. Limits someone at the edge of Lambda, with knowledge of runners far more advanced, surpassed. Do you want to finish the fight? Is there a point? Mirka asked. That was my strongest attack, and you barely used any of your reserve to decimate it. Go back to the village for a while, and when you come back, I'll have enough essence to give you a proper challenge. He sat against the wall. I can't. No one survives the cold season for these months. Then, Furman said, stay in your camp, hunt, do the things you do when you rest. But for how long? Going back to the town usually meant at least a week, sometime two, but as drained as the dungeon was, would it take longer? He'd hoped they could keep up long enough for the weather to warm. Had expected that to start already. Did the early start to the season mean it had a late end? He'd read about places where it never ended. Let me try something. He closed his eyes and focused on his reserve. The walls weren't walls, just a construct of his mind to let him understand that essence was contained. He willed them away so the essence could spill out into his channels so he could graduate. He willed harder. He tried to will the essence itself to push against the wall, to break them, to shatter them. He sagged. That happened when he'd been fighting for his life, but he knew that wasn't required. Row runners graduated Lambda once they were able to suffuse themselves. They were trained in how to make that happen. Training it received and hadn't paid attention because he'd already been able. Training he hadn't been able to find in books with about with usable information on recreating them. Why couldn't he do this? What are you doing? Mirka asked. Trying to graduate to Lambda? There are tests to show we're ready. This one is about getting the essence to burst out of my core so it will flow through my channels. That sounds like pushing through my second expansion, Furman said. I needed to have a lot of every essences, then I pushed it out, and it was hard, but then there was more of me. But that makes Furman's expansion a row, doesn't it? Mirka said. The guild considers it upsilon since they expect us to move there once we have our element. And you say that you're trying to reach lambda. If I understand the ranks, it's omega, upsilon, rho, and then lambda. He nodded. Can we really push you anymore? Furman asked, sounding like he was only now realizing the implication. Tibbs chuckled sadly. Once I've rebuilt the reserve, they said confidently. He shook his head. They might be able to help for a while, but in the end, it was always a losing situation for Furman and Mirka. He didn't want to leave. He had fun with the runs, but he couldn't be a drain on them. Furman would grow over time, and Tibbs could come back in years if he hadn't worked out how to graduate by then. I need a favor, Furman. He'd been working on this on his plan. On this plan for a while, and there was no postponing it anymore. I'm listening. Tibbs looked at the tiles, considered taking the time to check them as he should do, as an upsilon runner should do. He backed to the entrance and ran. His leap took him past a quarter of the room, and he sent water ahead of him, icing it into a slide that took him on to the other side. Too easy. He'd known it would be, but Furman had insisted. The week he'd need to make what Tibbs needed had let him rebuild some of his reserve, and he was confident they could challenge him, help him graduate. 3 woodlings stepped out of those trees. He dispatched them, only with sword and shield. The mud room he rendered ineffective by turning the mud solid around the wooden platform. He used essence to fight the animal in their room. They were now clearly monsters, but ice spike and pulling water out of them easily killed most. Some he drowned just to do something different. He stepped into the boss room, stopping in the center when Mirka didn't show themselves. I don't think there's a point, they said, as he was about to call out to them. Tibbs has an amulet full of essence, and he's holding as much around him. Unless you're willing to give me essence from the expansion. I'm sorry, Furman. He's grown beyond us. I thought... The dungeon trailed off. I was hoping you could stay longer. Me too, he said. He released the essence he'd held, keeping the water from falling on him. Once you're done making what I need, I'll be on my way. I'm done. It's waiting for you in the entrance alcove. The walk was melancholic. Remembering the fun he'd had, the times the dungeon in Mirka nearly killed him, the exhilaration of tough runs. The alcove was already open, and next to his bracers was a pack held upright by the contents. It was an improvement over the one he'd taken from the cache, but still looked like something Tibbs would have made from material he'd find in the forest. Straight branches to hold the leather, ropes of woven fiber, bone clasps to keep the flap in place and the rain out of its contents. He reached for the bracers as he studied the essence of the wood and froze on touching them. What did you do? He hadn't sensed a weave until he made contact. Its magic protected it like that. And while he couldn't sense most of the essence used in making the bracers, he had studied it over the years, trying to work out how to undo the damage time did to the weave. Damage that was now gone. But there was more. Mirka suggested it. Thank you for what you did for us. The runs, teaching us what you knew. I don't know where another runner will come. When? I don't know when another runner will come, but you've helped us be ready for them, to make their run interesting. Without how your friend... I also enjoyed working, holy cow, working out how your friend made the weave that makes the bracers and its reserve. I think I'll be able to use that. Use that one day. The bracers looked exactly as they had before, cracked leathers with slight sheen of applied oil early in that day. The end of one leather cord was chewed through, a rat getting into his spare cores years ago that he never bothered replacing. But the weave was different beyond being renewed. Instead of 8 reserves, plural, there were 21, one for each of the elements. Thank you. He held them against his chest. You have no idea what it means to me that I won't lose them to time anymore. You're welcome, Tibbs. It's been a pleasure having you as my first runner. Packing his thing was quick. He left everything he didn't need for Furman to absorb or the forest to reclaim. He trekked 3/4 of the way to the village, Sunrise Ward. He cleared the snow from a space between trees and remade a camp. Took the bones out of the packs and laid them in the tent before collapsing it. He covered everything with enough snow to match the surrounding. He doubted his body would ever be discovered, but if it was, the villagers would finally have confirmation Tyborg of the Wild was as normal as any of them, was as mortal as any of them. Then he oriented himself toward the road and set forth to reach it, then follow it to the next village. And this concludes chapter 38 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is up for free on Royal Road. If you want to read ahead of that and support me in the process, that is on Ream Story. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Hey, Mama Buckle, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? And I will be right back. No, did I miss that again? Just happening. Okay. Wow. Almost I'm getting everything and from the forum and it's just that dead. Alrighty. It is time for me to take lunch. Wait, what? What do you mean? What did I not run this battle? Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 45 allies. We're going up against 83 enemies, and we are off. Keister's in first place. Tramar takes over that. Keister's in second. Karakrak is in third. Let's see. Karakrak is in second. Keister is in third. Tramar is in first, and we're done. We've won. Tramar is in first place, 25 kill. Karakrak is in second place, 14 kills, 6 assists. Keister is in third, 7 kill, 9 assists. We've got warriors, rogues, and bombers, and no one claiming those. So, Wolf goes to war, Sigma gets robbed, and Karakrak gets bombed. And we move on to a hard battle on the way to the super boss. And it is time for Templars. Alrighty. Half an hour to see how that turns out. And yeah, I'm going on lunch. I will try to return on time for the battle, but I make no promises. So I will hopefully see you when I get back from lunch. Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 42 allies. We're going up against 90 enemies, and we are up. Sigma's in first place, Tattoo Lovers in second. Azedo takes over second. Caesar, hey, Caesar, welcome to the battle. You're in third. Caesar's back in third. Tattoo's in third. Azedo's in first. Sigma's in second. Tattoo Lover is in third. Keith, I, Sigma, possibly others have killed epics. Azedo's in first place. Sigma's in second. Tattoo Lover is in second. Sigma's in third. Did I die? Yeah, I died. And we are done. We have one. Azedo is in first place, 1 kill, 49 assists. Tattoo Lover is in second place, 3 kills, 27 assists. Caesar the Writer is in third place, 1 kill, 25 assists. We've got gold, and the Decan user's not there to claim it. We've got saints, we've got healers, we've got nobody claiming those. So Kahira gets healed. Chamas gets sanctified, and Lord Skelos gets gold. And we move on to an unknown battle on the way to the super boss. And, really? Oh, right, I ran it a little ahead. Okay, well then, let's, put you on the board. Come on. Alrighty, half an hour. Sorry. We'll see how this turns out when I get back from lunch. Atoll Station. Everyone, battle station. We have 49 allies. We're going up against 139 enemies. And we are off. Lord Skelos is in first place. Wolf is in second. Caesar is in third. Lucy, Caesar, I, Meowfa, and many others kill epics. Astromage is in third place. Caesar's in second. Lord Skelos is in third. Where am I? Not killing a whole lot of stuff, am I? And we're done. We've won. You guys are conspiring against me. Lord Skelos is in first place. 15 kills, 48 assists. Caesar the Rider is in second place. 29 kill, 10 assists. Meowfa is in third. 19 kill, 2 assists. We've got gold, and Deccanizer's not with us to claim it. And nobody's claiming the fairies, so Zep gets gold. Vengeance Total gets dusted. And we move on to a very hard battle on the way to the super boss. And, there you are. Huh, really? Why did you restart? And okay, so, yep. We are going to start here. And half an hour to see how this turns out. Oh, now to finally officially tackle this chapter. Chapter 9, The Last Detour. It's the chapter, so let's do that. How the hell did I finish this? Okay, who died? Did I establish who died? I do not establish who dies. Who died? Okay. Uh, John and Jane. Ah. Well, I could go with how John and Jane are fake remains, but Mhm. Battle station. One battle station. We have 37 allies. We're going up against 229 enemies. Well, we're gonna have fun. Celested is in first place. Tramar is in second. Tramar jumps to first. Estromage is in first. Tramar is in second. Celested is in second. Tramar is in second. Estromage. Bye, Estromage. Try to leave some for us, please. Dexcomma's in second. Celested is in third. Lord Skelos is now in third place. Astromage is gone in the distance. We don't even see them anymore. Dexcomma's in second place. Celested is in third. And we're about to be fully done. Astromage is in first place, 73 kills, 7 assists. Dex Karma is in second place, 30 kills, 29 assists. Tramar is in third, 26 kills, 17 assists. We've got gold, and, well, Dex, Decanizer is not here. Then we've got Berserkers that no one is currently claiming. So, Kahira, Lord Skelos, go Berserk. Celested gets gold. And we move on to an unknown battle before the super boss. And time. All right, let's go warrior. Oh, actually, no. No warriors here. Fine. Let's go with a monk. Please. Yep, I forgot. Of course I forgot. Can I? Nope. Can't give him a soul once it's on the battle board. Pisses me off that I keep doing that. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 35 allies. We're going up against 142 enemies. And we are off. Keister's in first place. Silver's in second. Paxkey is in third. Too many people kill epics for me to keep track of. Caesar the Writer is now in first place. Silver the Diamond Witch is in second. Keister is in third. And we're done. We've won. Caesar the Writer is in first place. 4 kill, 53 assist. Silver the Diamond Witch is in second place. 42 kill, 14 assist. And Keister is in third. 22 kills. We've got gold! And Dechanezer's not here. Which means that it's going to Maggie and Lucifer. And we move on. Ooh, collecting scrolls. Oh, fairies. That's what I'm collecting. To the super boss. Where I should have plenty of stuff resetting. Huh. Okay. Oh, no. Yeah, let's try a Phantom. Wait, lightning, ice, and water. I'm gonna start here and we'll see what happens. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. Hey, Caesar, you think you need to pull a RoboCop 3 on this chapter. Okay, I don't know what that means, but I don't, I've never, I've only seen the first RoboCop. So I do not have the context. Basically, there's a scene where the writer wrote themselves into a wall. A RoboCop needs a car. He just fought the cops, so he has no patrol car. Because it's Detroit, there's random and very convenient pimp being an unlikable pimp. Goes to pimp, takes his car. Okay. Roca riding around in a big pink Cadillac because of reasons. And what is your equivalent for your chapter? Like, what is the situation your main character is in that requires you pulling off that? Same. 4 characters need a car to go from point A to point B. Okay. But the car is too small for 2 of the 4 characters. Can they modify the car to fit all 4? Can they remove the roof? Can they open up the trunk for them to sit in? Can they ride on the roof? Can you go back and establish that the car's larger? Nice thing about writing, we can go back and change things. Thing is Ford Impala, a car that thinks it's a house. I actually had to turn Tristan's Cheval into a 4-door, which fortunately they exist, or they existed. But when I initially conceived of Tristan having a Cheval, it was not a 4-door. Never do anything. Never actually. Do I do something about it? Yeah, I may actually have to go back and rewrite because I believe at one point they have a mill in the back, and I treat it as a 2-door. So yeah, I may have to rewrite that. That or give him a new car. Giving Tristan a new car is not that difficult. especially since when that event's gonna take place, he's got a better mechanic than he is on hand, who would have no problem building a car in his spare time. So long as I can talk Benjamin into allowing Ralph to do that, which should not be difficult. I just think it's too convenient to give the characters the right car from the get-go when point A, just like your standard office building. Way too convenient. Okay. No, I understand. Okay. Would it make sense for cars to be abandoned or parked on the side of the road where they are? I'm mainly thinking my thought process in here is mainly that coming across a bad guy that just happens to have what you need is almost as too convenient as them showing up with the right car. So is there alternative to it being a bad guy? Like, I get that they probably don't want to carjack a um, that they wouldn't want to carjack, somebody, an innocent. But if cars are just parked on the side of the road, okay, does it have to be an Impala? Like, I know you want to do that, but does it have to be an Impala for them to fit in it? Like, if we're just talking a four-car door, a four-door car, that's any. Great. Now the term has escaped me. There's a class of car that's literally just that. I can't believe this. Um, but yeah, like, does it have to be an Impala? Can it not just be a regular car that happens to sit comfortably in it? We do have those. Are aliens, and one is both too tall, 2 meter, and too wide. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Okay. So something as big as an Impala would be bring the point across that yes, they need a huge car. Okay. How about a van instead? I'm right now. I'm thinking I'm thinking 70s van, like the Mystery Machine, if you're familiar with this with Scooby Doo, and that is something that could be left on the side of the road. Um, well, I mean, and you know, the thing is, like, I I may not be thinking of the right. Of course, you are cool. the thing is, we may be thinking about the story differently. Like, I write stories in which everything is kind of normal. So if you're going, like you say, it's a little too boring. If you're going for exciting, then yeah, go for the Impala. Like, I'm just aiming towards, okay, what would make actual sense within the context. So yeah, it's entirely possible that my suggestions don't fit what you're going for with the story. And that's always, that's always the thing with suggestions. You need to judge if they fit or not. Well, it is the reason I do it. It's the reason I make suggestions like that. Not because I have an expectation that you will act on that, but sometime it gets you thinking outside of the box you put yourself in. I mean, it does that with me pretty much all the time. It's one of the reasons why I love talking story. Not necessarily about my story, not necessarily about, fixing a problem, but just talking stories. Because a lot of the time, what other people will say, what other writers will say, how they view storytelling can get the imagination going in its own direction. And that's another way I've come up with ideas, just talking with other writers, well, talking with other people. Because everybody's got stories, us writers just go a little further with them. One of my housemates is a visual artist. And it was always very interesting talking story with him because his mind is highly visual and mine is not. So, I would be talking about, the story, and he would go, well, why don't you do that? And the thing is, like, the suggestion would not make sense in the content I'm doing. But, like, he would bring so much visual about it that it forced me to think about what I was planning to do differently. Alrighty, we're going to have an advertising stream radio battle. I'll be right back. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 36 allies. We're going up against 124 enemies, and we are off. Mini Coopster is in second place. Tremere is in first. Menag is in second. Did I die? No, I'm still around. I don't know. Oh, I see. I'm taking on the boss. I killed the boss. Cool. Tremere is in first place. Menag is in second. Katakrak is in third. Wow, I'm surviving this. Wait. Oh, okay. For a moment, I thought I was the only one left. And we're done. We've won. Tremere is in first place, 27 kills, 6 assists. Monog is in second place, 17 kill, 8 assists. And Katakrak is in third, 3 kill, 15 assists. We've got Lego heads, and no one claiming those. So, La Rodable and Wolf get Legos. And we move on to the return of the start, where we'll have gold and the boss, but that'll be tomorrow. So we start with a hard battle on the way to tomorrow's gold chest. We are not reaching the super boss tomorrow by the time before this is over. Alrighty, let's go here. And, really? Oh, right, I had considered that, but Puppy was not, nobody was going to be ice and lightning. This is water, we're good. Alrighty, it is past 2 p.m. Time for me to visit the shop where fairies got purchased. I'm above 20k. I got a refresh. I'm above 25. I got another refresh, and I am above 30. And that is that. Half an hour to see how this will turn out. And now to visit the viewer side shop where archers get purchased. I am above 50k. I get a refresh. I'm above 55. That's another refresh. I'm above 60. Really? Oh, wait. Well, there's one there. And I'm above 65. I'm really stingy, but... enough that I reached level 30. I know this is not going to make it, but meh, gives me something to do. We're going to start raising lancers going forward. considering I didn't know what to do with this thing, I'm good with this. Caesar, are you still around? Atoll Station. Everyone. Battle Station. We have 44 allies. We're going up against 53 enemies. Really? That's it? Come on. Told you to stop. Katakrak is in first place. Minag is in second. Bro Train is in third. Am I getting kills? A couple. Not a lot, but a few. Let's see. Bro Train is in first place. Full Onions in second. Katakrak is in third. And looks like we're about to be done. There we go. We've won. Katakrak is in first place, 3 kill, 14 assist. Bro Train is in second place, 5 kill, 10 assist. And Minog is in third, 2 kill, 10 assist. We've got archers, we've got saints, we've got no one claiming them. So, Moose and Miafa gets shot. Shani Eevee gets sanctified. And for the last battle of the day, we move on to a hard one. And you know what? Let's just do that. And let's remember to give you a soul. Alrighty, let's see about tagging that. Alrighty. Half an hour to see how this turns out. Hey, Caesar, welcome back. Just realized something cool. Hopefully, it's a good realization. And I was partly on the money. Okay. It can still be the Impala, but now it says it has to be a sparkly, shiny, and mint one. That is true. Could always just be old and rusting and falling apart. Yeah. I mean, it would explain why it's on the side of the road. Um, at that point, the question you have to address is how well will it run? Because if people get into a brand new car, we expect it to run properly. If it's clearly old and not in mint condition, this is going to be a purely background piece of information. But gas rots. So you may have readers asking how long it's been sitting there. Like, I don't know what the lifespan of gas is. So a quick search says about 6 months would be the lifespan of unused gas. And yeah, I know I'm throwing things that might be problems your way, but this is how my mind works. Like I said, I always look at plausibility, how things work, and how likely or unlikely something is. And if I'm going to make use of something, I aim to address it. I also made a realization on my side. When I said that, I couldn't write the way you do with nobody reading it, while I'm still maintaining I could not do that for something of the size you're doing, that's actually what I'm doing with Monster and Bad Men. Because while I am posting this, nobody's actually reading it. I have absolutely no engagement on this story, but I'm still writing it. Mainly because this is a story I'm writing for me. Well, yeah. And especially since I'm I'm getting close to the point. Next book? No, actually not next book. Oh wow, no, I have a full trilogy left to go before I can finally write the scene that is the reason this entire series exists. Because this is a story. This is a series that exists out of anger. Out of let me show you how it's actually done. Because I read a book a long time ago at this point. That is one of the rare books that I threw out, that I never finished. And the author pissed me off so much. Basically, the concept of the book is, what if the main character was the complete opposite of Dresden, of the Dresden File, of Harry Dresden, if you are familiar with Jim Butcher's series. So the guy is a fire mage. Well, I don't remember if he's a fire mage. The guy is a mage, but he's rich. He's well known. and he has absolutely no respect for authority, and he doesn't like his family. Which, that's why I got the book. I wanted to see what somebody would do with that concept. And he goes out of his way right off the bat to establish that the main character has no respect for authority by playing tip the cow with a demigod. And after that, dealing with the police and, having no respect for that and so on. And story continues. And eventually he gets called to the family company because his family is also rich. They own a giant business. And he finds out that his parents are missing. And, in being missing, they have put him in charge of the company. And if he doesn't do as he's told, they will sell the company for parts and everybody's going to be unemployed. And the guy just goes, oh, okay, then I guess I'll bend over and do what you guys want me to do. That's about the 1/3 part of the book. I quite literally threw the book away on that. Like, the guy has no respect for authority, doesn't like his family, and that's been hammered over and over and over, and he just folds? Yeah, that did not sit well with me at all. So I went, okay, if I was going to do that, this is how it would work. And well, it's not he ran out of plot, is that the character bent for the plot rather than looking for a way to get the plot, the character's personality run the plot. And that's what I'm going to do. That's why I have it's not identical because, it's my story, but I will have a scene, and this is like my Alex has been established as not liking his family. He's on the outs with them, and all that kind of stuff. Like, I've made it very clear that Alex will not. Yeah. So, and I have a similar scene where, I don't remember, where, he will find out that his parents have been kidnapped. Well, so his parents are missing. I don't know if he's going to know right off the bat they've been kidnapped, but they're missing. And for some reason that I know, but, his father has decided that Alex was going to run the company. And the reason is that Alex is one of two boys and the other ones are girls. The father is very male oriented. He will never let a woman run his company. And Alex's brother is incompetent. Like, he's a playboy. Like, he beds women and that's about all he does. And Alex is just going to laugh in their face. Even with the threat of, people losing their life, he's not going to care. He's not going to care until he finds out. And the thing is, he's not going to care that his parents are missing, but his parents' bodyguard are his adoptive grandparents. He loved them. They saved his life. He loved them. And they're also missing. So he's not going to set about rescuing his parents. He's going to set about rescuing them. And he's going to quickly discover that some of the information he needs is on a server that is offline, can only be accessed by the people in charge of the company, which will force his hand to accept the position to get access to that server. That's how you keep characters' personality and use that to drive the plot. Alrighty, we are going to have an advertising Stream Raider battle, and I'll be right back. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 39 allies. We're going up against 76 enemies. And we are off. Karakrak is in first place. Manog is in second. Kandro is in third. Dex Karma takes over third. Silver, Asclepics. I killed one, too. Karakrak is in first place. Lucifer is in second. Spout Girl is in second. Lucy is in second. Silver is in third. Spout Girl is in second again. Spout Girl is in third. Silver is in second. And looks like we are about to be done. There we go. We're done. We've won. I got 18 kills. What do you mean I'm not getting any crystal? I even have epics. Katakrak is in first place. 10 kills, 67 assists. Why do you think I kill everybody? I want crystals. Silver the Diamond Witch is in second. 36 kill, 8 assists. And Dax Karma is in third. 4 kill, 40 assists. We've got gold, and Decanezer still not there to claim it. We've got a saint that no one is currently claiming. So, Manog gets sanctified. Caesar, you get gold along with Bro Train. And that brings the battling to an end for today. Tomorrow morning, 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time, placement will start for a very hard battle. We will have gold, boss, and whatever the next map brings. Unfortunately, we will not reach the super boss before the end of the event. So, I hope to see you then. And with my writing done, I will bring the stream to an end with a raid to Silver Ferret. So, thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping me company. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be working on Stepping Wild in the morning, and in the afternoon on the Captain's Heart. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good week, a good weekend when it arrives, and I will see you when I see you.